Hello, hello, hello. Alright, we probably got a couple hours here. So gonna work on some MSQ. Always got the time and stuff like that. And there's a few hours left of the when your affiliate sells and stuff like that. So figure might as well get it in. Mew mew. Or mew. Merp. Merp. She seems quite content. In the name of science, what were the results? As I expected, well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell too, but it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Alori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique personal potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Heck yeah! Wait, that wasn't an MSQ. Ha! No. Doris, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. Had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they came frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. Ba, ba, ba. Brazil stopped 4, the other 3 escaped. But they don't look friendly. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. Last one is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Logan handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I'll render assistance to M itself, unneeded though it is. Meantime, you are to stay here with Doris. But Hermes, the Lycanos must be reverted. I will spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden and not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. I might need to go grab my water. Water, water. Appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels unthreatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycarn's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fury as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a brief moment, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Oh, pay attention.
Now. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
Personally, he sounds like the actual Fan Daniel.
I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please, don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time? Aye.
I'm gonna step away real quick and grab some water. I'll be right back. Alright. The other locker rooms have been taken care of. The incident's resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there is anywhere you like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position at the convention, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Logan? Will you come along with us? One of our fellowship travels are on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Arnis. That reminded me, I wanted to check something here. Level 32 Scholar, he's going up. Alright. From here, we follow the path northwards to Noctis. There we will find one of the nets which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. Unreal, how's it going? You found me? Yeah, the shiny badge to you. I figure you deserve it. First-time travelers must accompany by someone with requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will leave use freely. Shall we? Ah, I see you there. I don't know my MMOs very well. Let's see. Ooh, what's this one? Huh? I imagine that wasn't that hard to find. Uh, what's this saying? I haven't done this, shush. I guess, I don't know. Most of these I don't even remember all well. Sure. I'm just heading up this way. Here we are, not in this. The Nessus, we will take us to Columbus Cephalus, the western island. Edit right there, blue and large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were
Looks
largely
badass.
orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Sounds like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I might get a little pissed.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
You know this part of Endwalker?
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Mm.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yeah.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I don't think you want to hear that. Hey, secrets. Oh, how dare they?
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm
I don't think they want
conversation?
to truly hear it once it's out.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Tell me all the secrets. We are the Warriors of Light. We can handle it.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered aureus which made of with it. An aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the corporate before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Can I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Port Oix. Let us meet up there once we're exhausted our efforts. Well, that looks cool. Some cool looking creatures in this area. Flying big kitty. There it is. Too bad I can't fly here. I miss not being able to fly. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed it in his wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yeah, one of those, pig fade things. You travel often then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habit of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's time that I return stolen property. If you would go ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead, and the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without the fear of being disturbed or overheard. Grab the ether crystal up here, and then go in there. Welcome to our temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Sit in the chair Hitacius is in so you can sit on your lap. um, we're going to say that one. The calamity called the final days is befallen.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
You love your Hitacius?
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Didn't see the hour one coming.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
He's a Metron or somehow.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say?
Meteon.
If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, tis time for
Meteon's
action.
special.
The missing pieces
but
of the
very
puzzle are
kind-hearted.
here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
I wish I had braces become the Meteon. I want to be a bird.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
So we begin our investigations then. I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. As a man myself, I know only that which is common knowledge. This, I suggest we fall back on the tired and true method of conversing with the locals. The observations who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Asmine. She is one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be. I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Iceman. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mrs. Finette. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? Interest or kind of person? I think kind of person. Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I describe him as a quiet man. Reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reluctant nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in intimate detail and is leading authority on concepts with the power of light. Oh, that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Medium been here? You cannot rightly say, as Chief's personal creation, Mina has not been subject to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to deal with it with Chief Hermes. Discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Regardless, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? Timios. He has a similar expertise with fighting concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observation on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you partake joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We should keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Blip, 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 blip. Nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Logan. I think we've taken enough of Izamine's time. Our brigade station is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the residents observers. You can track down the colleague Instrine mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answer you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Telemos. Not that I go much faster on the mount. Yes, I am Thomas, but please keep your voice down. You startled the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' prowling creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Now we startled the birds. Those beings which soared through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creations. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. I'm pretty sure we did. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can convene of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion 2 is a marvel then? My opinion on the matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meton as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of Architect, then we will design the registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before the step is frowned upon is to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, there'd be an entirely different story. Alright, sounds good. You need diamonds and NTS. Diamonds and chase. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in the Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been the centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my outer station. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Well, I might not get as much time as I thought, because apparently my dad's on his way. But we'll see. I may just have to step away for a bit. Back already? That was quick. You're obviously clever enough to head off that rambling Insamine mentioned. So have you new findings to share? See, even an expert in the field has little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamics. My question resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues views Meteon as a personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. What leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we have made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach out definite conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the materials which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I incline to stay our current course and learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, what's the aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel to great expense in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I suppose we take ourselves to Papria Christina. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. This tower and the one further along are both part of Petrikirstein, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you can find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Any questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for official records. Officials, jeez. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such document studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galanine shared with me. Galanine is my partner and fellow reacher here in Elpis. She has returned late one night when she caught the sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mrs. Vinette, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your novel contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with recalling of this sight which so delighted your Galine? Of course, or you could hear it from her list directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metropos Talicia. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters and the world's oceans recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mrs. Vinette. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue. I should think, how greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contention, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return, as I rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. We shall take this opportunity to meet with Galine in person. And allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That'd be most helpful, thank you. Mrs. Finette, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Mrs. Vinette, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes, some places, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Sorry, Skippy.
By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I got about 10 more minutes and then I need to step away for a bit. I might be able to get back on shortly afterwards.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully
Yeah, but that
grasped the
seems pretty great.
improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
I should have suppressed the ad. Oh well.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own
He's gonna
way.
try to make the damage, but don't leave them alone.
You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility, proceeding under the assumption our next step should be divine. Why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site for which Hermes sent forth the Metia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of Trepi's his research of his. Gallian said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from the isle, so she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? I think what I might do is I'll head over there, but then at that point, probably step away for a bit. Because my dad should be here any minute with my daughter, so because she stayed the night over there. Alright, so I think I'm going to step away for a bit because my dad should be here any moment. And then I'll get back on once he leaves because I don't expect him to be here long. But we'll see how long I can play at that point. But I'm going to step away for a bit. So I'll be back. Remember, like, subscribe, follow Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. But I'll be back in a while. I'm going to guess about a half hour or so. Alright, talk to you guys a bit. Alright, we're back. That took longer than expected. I didn't expect my to hang around so long. Okay. Make sure everything still looks good. Okay. Okay, so vantage point here. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. We Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Logan here over to that island? Stubborn creature, this is no place on a great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What, you've read him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Very bien, be warned. I'll not go easy on you. Let's do this! Leroy Jenkins!
Let neither side hold back.
Ow! Holy smokes!
My blade sings!
Ah!
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself.
Oh man, this is gonna be a tough one. She hits hard. Holy smokes, hits hard and a ton of health.
Let neither side hold back.
What the crap?
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
What the crap and what is that shit?
Let neither side hold back. blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself. We've only just begun. Come at me with your all. My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Going good, Ray. How about you? How are you doing today?
No quarter.
It's quite the battle here.
Have a taste.
You're just working. You remember, but don't remember this battle back in the day. Yeah, this is my first time doing this. Well, you know, I've attempted this battle a couple times
I
now.
see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
So did you play it back in like the original days? Because I know you had done it before back in 2023. So do you not play this game anymore then, or? I should heal myself here, because this is going to be something that comes up to heal. Hurts you.
Prepare yourself.
There it is. Not where I wanted. What kind of games you playing nowadays? You're playing again how to get a new machine to run Dawn Trial smoothly.
Let us move to the final trial.
You're running through the story as a refresher, and I'm close to the end of the main part of the Shadowbringers. Ah, yeah, Shadowbringers. That's cool. Yeah, what world do you play on? Antinous Madium. They're as good as you remember it being. Woo, barely. Actually better since you learned a few things. Oh boy, that's probably not good. Playing Paladin and Samurai. Yeah, I play as a Paladin like 99.9% of the time. I haven't even leveled up any of the other classes really. Oh This fight is a pain.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Paladin's 90 and Samurai's 81. I'm 92, I think. Right there, right there, right there. Yeah.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself.
Oh! This is annoying. This is a giant pain.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste.
Shoot, I messed up.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself. We've only just begun. Come at me with your all. My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself! Very well. Let us move to the final trial. Break your chains, shed
Oh,
your
come on.
burdens, and show me
I
your
did better that
strength
time on
of
that one,
will.
so hopefully good enough.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Oh, yeah. That was a fight. That was a fight.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
Yeah, the best
As
two
is
worlds in Final
yours.
Fantasy XIV. Duty
'Tis
complete.
plain you
Yes.
have weathered considerable hardship.
That was one of the
Far
harder
more
fights I've
even
had.
than your
That's
tales
for
would
sure.
suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Mattia made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and considerable expertise work for us rather than against us. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Ooh, speaking of current, Argos munched to his back with his muzzle. He'd been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yep, let's do this. Let's go. Isn't this pleasant? Argos seriously singing soothing so. Now, what is the name of that tree? No, something. No, that went too far. Too fast for me. I'm not sure quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for a landing. I won't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Gentle soul ain't yet.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident? In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
I believe, I reckon this is speculation because I haven't seen, there's something as the Meteon. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could not do worse than look in Chrysis Hyberia, the largest facility. It stands in Aetheris Boris, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Logan, for an instruction which claims to steadily research every species destined for release into the wild, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Kittis itself. I touched upon the practice before, back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habits, that the chief overseer and most Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the nexus north of Pullington Orcas. Grab these purple quests while we're in the area. Go grab this one over here. Okay, got those, so let's head up to the main story quest up here then. Let's travel. Ah, good. The Nexus acknowledged you as my guest. You should have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to get to Siberia, we follow this path, then left at the crossroads. Here we are, the Granus Research Facility in Ilpis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we had just discovered. Furthermore, we confirmed that his studies into dynamos as well as his creation of Meton were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, that he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith this judge Element Selch. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hypatia's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so expedital that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than invisible, intangible dynamicness? Which in turn leads us to the next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Findaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convention does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Findaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Say your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Selch, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. think the time for leisure exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next islet over. Meton is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before the venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mr. Uros from the device at the bottom of the slope. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That'd be a circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Logan, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, you would assume I was only there to press him on the financial matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to pull aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Logan can handle them. He did survive about it with Bennett, after all. Off you go, find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the Garden's decisions. We're off to see the wizard. Boy, they look lovely. Yeah. I think I found them. Logan, what are you doing here? They're keeping Hylothis and Ellen Cell company. Important matter and unrelated to my decision on a bandanial, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. I will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden within the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yeah, he's not going to be coming out. Follow the hunch. And they're going to yell at me. You should have stayed with him. Rah, 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 rah. That's exactly what's going to happen. Watch. It's going to happen. Because this is the way. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the citizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I'm not speak for certain convention members, but I am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emerald Selch who would recreate Almarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it is best for us all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be in it for our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. I hope that it is. Hermes said he won't be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. He is coming.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... They hurt.
Whoa. Creepy.
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
There. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no. Oh no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please don't follow me. Median's English voice fades as he sends her climbing to the top of the ridge. Cool. What's up, kiddo? You done playing with your friend or something? Oh, okay. I'll get off in a little bit then, okay? I heard. Did you have fun? Yeah, it is. Oh, those guys look cool. Mm. Did mom say you could play? Oh. Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of theories. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Logan, you mustn't listen. Not right this second. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Nina's English voice flees towards the lake. Tropic fish. It's tropic fish, bud. Any size of meteor? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The materia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disturbed its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In Mitra's case, that means speaking to the incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down Mitran, we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. Knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musclings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteor, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteor renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, which solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to resent whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Logan continued the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meeting's likely location, he proceeds to reveal our wayward familiar with his swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great fit to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Logan and ourselves will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others protect and obstruct Meeting's avenues of escape. And Celestial and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for a time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meeting and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By the rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run. Logan, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It would break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. There, I see her. Hi, Kira.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is your unicorn sad, Kira?
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I was going to get off after this part, pretty much. I was planning on getting off after this part.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Yeah, thanks for stopping around, Ray. It's a good story.
Individual
Make sure
self-suspended.
both.
Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found.
You think just after
Structures
the
believed to
MSQ
have
main
served as
Endwalker
domiciles.
ends?
No
Yeah, at least you've
extant
seen this
life
part
forms
before.
detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across Star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities, recovered. No extant life forms
Yeah, I
found,
don't blame you.
only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes.
Probably in a little bit. Pretty much.
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Anyways, why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assure the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your cursed question in distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Kistis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meton is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The convention's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Unit, Logan? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Kittis Hyperbola we go. That's right, I forgot that page was muted. Going to go ahead and stop here. Uh, don't forget to drop a like, subscribe, follow Twitch, YouTube, Kick. Next stream probably tomorrow night. I don't know if it'll be on this or what I'll be playing. Thanks, Ray. Yeah, I made good progress today on the story and stuff, and I mean it's a really good story and stuff, so I really enjoy it. I'm gonna go